Hello, everyone. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Just giving everything a little bit of time for people to come through. Let me maybe lower the webcam a little bit, or maybe lower the TV. So it's a little. That might give a better view, right? Yeah, I think that looks better. Maybe raise it up a little bit. There we go. It's at level with me. Making myself comfortable for the next couple hours. Got some coffee, got some water. I hope that my mic is sounding okay. If my mic is sounding off, let me know. I did try and test the audio before streaming, um, and the mic did sound a little quiet compared to the audio in the game. Um, if at any point during the stream, if it really does get out of too much control, we can try and fix it midstream. But it's been so long since I've streamed. Sorry about that. I did have a what do you call it? I did. What was it? What is it right now? It's May. I did move in April with my roommates. And of course, everyone knows moving is exhausting. And I was just, and to be fair, I was being a bit lazy getting everything, neat and organized. I still have maybe one or two things to put away. Um, and luckily, the people who lived here last left behind a monitor, so now I have dual monitors. So now I can have my stream equipment on one side, so that way, as I'm streaming, I can make sure that the audio and that my webcam is, if at any point I can just pause the game, move the mouse, adjust settings here and there, kind of thing. So it's a lot more. It's a lot more. What do you call it? Optimized. I don't have to look at my phone to see that my stream is like being sluggish or something. So, which does drain the battery pretty quickly. So, anyway, it's been about 13 minutes since we started stream. So I'd say let's get to it. I was supposed to stream. That's the difficult thing about trying to stream after work. I tried to stream yesterday and the day after. Not. I tried to stream yesterday and the day before. Unfortunately, I was so exhausted that I did cancel the streams. I did schedule that on my Twitch. I will be looking sometime tonight after this stream is done. I will be looking at my schedule to see when I can stream next. I haven't had a chance to do that. So today I'll be streaming, and then after that I'll be looking at my schedule, see what I can stream next. So sometime tonight or sometime tomorrow, I will be putting out the next stream schedule. So I'm doing Soul Reaver 2 tonight, and then next stream I'm going to be doing more Warrior Within. So yeah, and I will attempt either tonight or tomorrow to look at the mic, or not look at the mic, but try and play something on my PC and while recording to see if maybe I can make the mic audio a little bit louder. But again, I haven't been streaming in so long. My main thing was just to try and get myself tonight. So, anywho, let us begin. Soul Reaver 2 with my controller. That would help. Ah! Alright. Quick game. Overall sound, let's move sound back up. There. Controller.
Hello. Hi. Hi. Tyler, how's that sounding now? Hello. Hi. It's a weird echo now, but it's much clearer. Okay, there's an echo. Hold on. Let me... Properties. Monitor off. I have it on monitor off, so it shouldn't be. Monitor and output. Okay, if I put it on that, I can hear myself. Monitor only. No, I can hear that echo now. Monitor off. Okay. Hello. Hi. Alright, let me maybe downmix the audio. Hello. Hi. Hi. Oh wait, no, mono. I've got mono now. Okay. No. Downmix. Best I can do is maybe to reduce the volume, maybe about like the 70. Okay, so how's it sounding now? Does it still have that weird echo? So I tried testing the audio, I tried downing it to mono, but it gave it... I could hear the echo when I did that. Yeah, the echo was still there? Like, how bad? Is it, like, really severe? This is always the technical difficulties of streaming. I know you know, Tyler. Properties. I haven't had it that bad before. It's pretty jarring? Okay. Capture. Let me make sure I don't have... I should have my webcam audio on. Check my webcam. Let's see. Okay, make sure to mute my webcam just in case, but that shouldn't be the issue. Blue. Let's see, test audio. Hello. Hi. Hello. Alright, monitor off. Hello. Hi. Hi. Hello. Hello. Everyone. And let me just for now. Do I have desktop audio? Speakers. I have blue going through. Webcam audio muted. Solar 2, that's different. So... Alright, let's see how that does. Start game. Oh.
At last. I must say I'm disappointed in your progress. I imagined you'd be here sooner. Tell me, did it trouble you to murder your brothers?
Did it trouble you when you ordered me into the abyss?
Eternity is relentless, Raziel. When I first stole into this chamber centuries ago, I did not fathom the true power of knowledge. To know the future, Raziel. To see its paths and streams tracing out into the infinite. As a man, I could never contain such forbidden truths. But each of us is so much more than we once were. Do you not feel with all your soul how we have become like gods? As such, are we not indivisible? As long as a single one of us stands, we are legion. Our futures are predestined. Moebius foretold mine eons ago. We each play out the parts fate has written for us. Free will is an illusion.
I found the tomb of Sarafan, Kane. How could you profane a priest by turning him into a vampire?
How could I not? One must keep his friends close, Raziel, and his enemies even closer. Who better to serve me than those whose passion transcends all notions of good and evil?
The Sarafan were saviors, defending Nosgoth from the corruption that we represent. My eyes are opened, Kane. I find no nobility in the unlife you rudely forced on my unwilling corpse.
I love how they were able to take, like, the final confrontation, the final boss fight.
You may have uncovered your past, but you know nothing of it. You think the Sarafan were noble, altruistic? Oh, don't be simple. Their agenda was the same as ours.
As Soul Reaver 1, and turn it into a cool cinematic that, like, not only gives us a good intro into Soul Reaver 2, but if you never played Soul Reaver 1, gives you at least some context as into what happens instead of you just, like, pushing start and you're, like, in the past with no context what's going on.
But this is not where or how it ends. Fate promises more twists before this drama unfolds.
Completely. Of course, Simon Templeman and Michael Bell killing it, as always.
Raziel, Redeemer
Redeemer
and
and
Destroyer,
Destroyer.
Pawn and Messiah. Welcome,
Time span soul.
Welcome to your destiny. Where am I? Is the usual question. In your case, when might be more apt.
I think they made Raziel's model
Very well,
even
you
better
Snake.
in this than they did
If you'd
in
prefer,
Soul Reaver
I use
1.
my bare hands.
If that's even possible, because he looks really good up res.
This is completely unexpected.
And this is not going to get old.
This orb disables our vampire enemies, leaving them helpless and incapacitated. Strangely, it seems to have the same effect on that peculiar weapon of yours. But you must believe me. I mean you no harm.
You can drop the benevolent facade, Moebius. I know who and what you are. I should kill you where you stand.
Perhaps you should, my boy. But you don't.
Although they
Are
made...
you so certain of that,
I
Moebius?
do feel like they made Moebius, like...
My role is Time Guardian affords me
He's
a
old
certain
and
level of
frail
omniscience,
in the original
Raziel.
graphics.
No, you don't kill me. That honor belongs to
And
your
they kind of made
maker,
him look more
Cain.
healthy
Some 30 years from now.
in this version. Which that I don't know if I...
Repair. You're just as fatalistic as he is.
Death comes for us all, Raziel. It's just a matter of time.
How is it that you know my name? We have never met.
On the contrary, Raziel, I know you very well. And it grieves me to see how cruelly Cain has used you. I knew you when you were one of the Sarafan Brotherhood, Raziel. We were even close.
Oh, please.
Fortunately, you need not love me now to be my ally.
Are we within the stronghold of the Sarafan priesthood?
Yes, but the glorious days of the Sarafan have long since passed, I'm afraid. This is a more cynical and indecorous age. My mercenary army now inhabits this stronghold. We strive to honor the memory of the Sarafan with our own humble crusade.
Is this the vampire Vorador?
Yes.
Ooh, I can't wait for us to
Scourge
meet
of the
Vorador.
Sword, the most depraved and decadent example of his whole degenerate race. He slaughtered 6 of my fellow guardians as they cowered defenseless in this room.
And you somehow survived this massacre?
I and 2 others. The circle was devastated. Only we 3 were spared.
How convenient. You'll forgive me if I don't naively devour every scrap of information you toss me. You have a
I
reputation.
still think the original graphics
And who has
really hold up
slandered
well,
me,
especially
sir?
in Soul Reaver 2.
Your malefactor,
But I do appreciate...
Cain, the one who betrayed and destroyed you, our common enemy. Consider the source before you judge me too harshly. We'll forget about rekindling our old friendship then, but consider an alliance based on our common ground. We both want Cain dead. I can help you do it.
You don't want to meddle in this, old man. I know all about your sordid little schemes, but you're simply out of your depth on this one.
You underestimate me, Raziel. Let me show you.
If I can
say, before we continue with this cutscene, the one downfall of the HD graphics when it comes to the cutscenes, at least, right? Is at least with Raziel, I'd have to pay more attention as more cutscenes come through. But part of not the downfall, but the downside is I feel like there's less expression in Raziel's face with the especially with his eyebrows, especially since his because his eyes are glowing in the HD visuals, and because there's less pronunciation of his eyebrow movement. So when he does like a little sarcastic, like when Moebius is telling him like, oh yeah, all the others died, and he's like, well, you survived. I feel like that little sarcasm, that body language is a little bit diminished with the HD graphics, which is one reason why I do keep. Plus, I do think that the old visuals still hold up in general, but that is why I keep switching back and forth between the visuals. But I do. There's that, and with Moebius, I feel like I said earlier, his character design originally is very old, thin, frail, but he's a sorcerer and he has omniscience over time, which does still make him a powerful character. So that's a nice sort of dichotomy with his character. Where normally you'd see this guy and you wouldn't be afraid of him, but like if you know what he can do and you know what he knows, then you know that he's not someone to just be trifled with.
even now, Cain is lying in wait for you, unaware that I've snatched you out of the time stream and brought you here to me. See how he lingers at the very pillars he is destined to destroy, foolishly confident that he has eluded your grasp.
The pillars are still standing in this time.
Yes, Raziel. They are the embodiment of the divine force which preserves the life of our world. We who serve the pillars maintain their delicate balance, and Cain is destined to be the fulcrum upon which that balance turns. I believe you have already endured the wasteland wrought by his terrible, selfish decision. Cain's very existence is a cancer upon this world. As long as he lives, all of Nosgoth is in peril. You may never again be human, Raziel. But you can re-embrace the essence of your humanity and the nobility of your Sarafan heritage. Go to him, Raziel, and end this. But first, you will need to find your way out of the stronghold, and in this, I'm afraid I cannot help you. My soldiers will not understand your appearance here. They will try to kill you. You needn't fear them, of course. They're no match for you. Try to keep the casualties to a minimum. But do what you have to do. All great movements require a few martyrs.
Alone now, I surveyed my surroundings and noticed a second time-streaming chamber. Its entrance identical to the first, but with one distinction. That crystal was significant, but how, I had not yet discovered.
Okay, camera movement good. Because for some reason when I first booted this up, B was set to jump for some reason, and A was for devouring souls. Like, okay. I'm guessing this is Border killing off. I wonder if that's it. Nah, that doesn't look quite like Ariel. But it seems like that's him killing the entire circle. Yeah, Vordor, I at least want us to meet Vordor before we end stream. I think that should be very doable. Okay, that's gotta be Ariel right there.
Yeah, I want to fix that. I did
Control
options. There we go.
Yeah, X should be, Y should be heavy.
Taste my blade, vampire!
Oh damn, he's still going. Alright, employee of the month, keep going. And that is the first biggest improvement to the gameplay in Soul Reaver 2. I mean, I know he's only a human character, but the fact that we can impale enemies with weapons and not have to use the environment to do it, which I don't even think we can in Soul Reaver 2 anymore. Huge improvements. Speeds up the combat so much compared to... I mean, I know I've already played Soul Reaver 2 on this channel before, but it's nice to play Soul Reaver 2 where... Ah, damn, I tried to do it. where I know that I don't have to mod the game to work. I don't have to mod the game so that like the camera works, so that the controller works, so that, you know, the game works optimally at, you know, 60 frames per second and all that. It's really nice. Combat's still not the best thing in this game by far. But I am glad that, in some way I'm glad that I waited a while before streaming again, because apparently Soul Reaver 1 and 2 did have another update where they significantly fixed like a bunch of they significantly patched a bunch of bugs, and they added some extra feature. They added not extra features, but they added more stuff to the bonus content in Soul Reaver 1 and Soul Reaver 2. I think they fixed some issues with the day and night cycle from the first game, which unfortunately I never really got to see much of or anything of that effect in the first game, which that was the only... They didn't have that in Soul Reaver 2. Now when we get to Defiance, that's a whole other... It's a whole other thing right there. When we get to Defiance, ooh boy,
Throughout the
that's
story,
when the combat's a
I
lot
discovered
better.
evidence of my former nobility and my life as a Sarafan priest. This was the heritage so foully stolen from me when Cain raided my sacred crypt and defiled me.
Just really quickly do something. Out of that. Do I want to get rid of that? No, really. I have that muted. Okay, we're good.
Taste my blade, baby.
And it is cool that since one of the big twists in Soul Reaver 1 was that Raziel was once a Sarafan in the first game, that we're starting Soul Reaver 2 in not only in the past, but in the Sarafan stronghold. We get a little bit of a, before we catch up to Cain, whatever Moebius is up to, we can at least, even if we have to kill these guys, we can at least get some kind of context for how Raziel might have lived before he died. Which I don't think many games would have taken into consideration, especially sequels. Sequels are always at a risk of... Ah, shit, I came through this way already. Sequels always have a risk of, well, yeah, they're bigger and better, but of also being, you know, a bit lazy in their story or character development in trying something new with their design. Soul Reaver 2 did have to, Soul Reaver 2 did have to go a more linear route compared to Soul Reaver 1, but considering the story that they were going for, even though you do end up backtracking a lot through this game compared to the first one, I think it was kind of worth it. Both Soul Reaver 1 and 2 were games that had a lot of cut content from them. Because Crystal Dynamics were trying to be really
Away
ambitious
from the
with
influence
both
of
games.
Moebius's cursed staff, I could feel the strength of the Soul Reaver slowly returning. If that orb was as debilitating to vampires as it was to the blade, it gave Moebius a powerful advantage over his enemies. I finally understood how Moebius's crusade could decimate the vampires so successfully. If he could immobilize his enemies, they were at his mercy. But why, I wondered, would the staff have any effect on the Reaver?
I don't remember if that's an answer that we got in Soul Reaver 2 or Defiance. No. Aerial jump. Make a human jump into the air by making contact. And also being able to kill enemies with your bare hands, super satisfying too. If I can get... Oh man. So yeah, it does suck losing the Soul Reaver, but it doesn't suck quite as much as oh, my controller died. Okay, so doesn't suck as much as in Soul Reaver 1. At least you still have some options left.
As I neared the stronghold's inner sanctum, a strange sensation crept over me. An indescribable feeling of displacement, a sense of vertigo, as reality itself appeared to warp and bend around me. The disturbance seemed to emanate from the sanctuary's furthest chapel. As I cautiously approached, the sense of dislocation intensified with each step. So this was the tomb of the beloved King William the Just, beatified here as the martyr and catalyst of Moebius's crusade. I was reminded of Cain's journey as a fledgling vampire, how Moebius coerced him to travel back in history and assassinate William, thus igniting a genocidal hatred of vampires among the citizens of Nosgoth. And here I discovered the source of the displacement. The Soul Reaver itself, laid out like a holy relic, and broken, apparently in the battle between William and Cain. I had not thought such a thing was possible, until, of course, Cain shattered the blade against me when he tried to strike me down. Thus, the captive spirit inhabiting the Reaver was released, and binding itself to me, became my symbiotic weapon. And so the Reaver met its former self, still imprisoned in this corporeal shell. I watched, mesmerized, as the Wraith blade uncoiled itself and snaked down the length of the physical blade. Embracing its twin, its mirror self, the Reaver's long dormant spirit was now fully aroused. And for the first time, I felt the true presence of this other entity, willful, ravenous, and deranged from thousands of years of imprisonment. The Reaver was now in command, and I, now merely its helpless host, felt my soul being leached to restore the blade. But the Reaver knew better than to destroy its host, and just as I neared the brink of oblivion, the blade released its hold on me. As I recovered, I realized we were now bound together in a fragile alliance. The Reaver no longer merely my symbiotic weapon, but a sentient parasite competing for control.
What have you done to me, Moebius? Is this your trap?
How mine? Don't forget it was Cain who led you here, not I. While you curse me, the only soul in Nosgoth ready to guide and assist you, Cain laughs at our folly and revels in your dismay.
These blades, now coiled in sinister embrace, have inspired terror in the hearts of creatures far more durable than you, old man. Bound together as they are, I can only imagine what they could do to your soul's fragile shell.
Raziel, I beg you to stay your hand. This was none of my doing. I have sought only to aid you in your righteous quest.
Why, you're trembling, Moebius. Has your confidence abandoned you? You seem to have made a fatal error by leaving your precious staff behind. Is that where all your courage comes from?
Listen to me, Raziel. You don't know what you're doing. I have taken an enormous risk by appearing here before you, so defenseless, yet eager to prove my good intentions. If there's anything left of the Seraphim in you, you won't do this. While you threaten me, your true enemy eludes you.
Don't concern yourself with Cain, old man. He'll join you in hell soon enough. As you said, death comes for us all.
Yes, the wheel of fate demands it.
What did you say?
The wheel of fate. The inexorable cycle of death and rebirth to which all men are compelled. We serve the same God, Raziel. To strike me down would be striking God's own attendant. And I don't believe even you would take that risk.
I tire of your games, Moebius. Now that I know you fear me, I needn't concern myself with you. Cain is waiting for me.
Go then, Raziel. Seek Cain out and destroy him in the name of the one God we both serve. You, who were once a Seraphim priest, murdered, profaned, destroyed, and reborn again from his mercy. You are now most powerfully equipped to be his agent, his instrument of restoration and retribution.
My own vengeance is motivation enough.
By my soul, you almost had me, my little blue assassin. But that'll be the one and only chance you get. I assure you of that.
I could now summon the blade at will, regardless of my strength. But once summoned, the blade's ravenous appetite could not be contained. It devoured the souls of its victims, and if I allowed it to become over-aroused, the Reaver would now turn its hunger on me.
Damn, the Reaver is me, for real, for real. Oh. Okay. Yeah, my controller is having some issues. There we go. I do need to, for anyone who haven't seen, I have dropped my controller a couple of times. I don't know if you guys can see some of the damage there. And I definitely need to get a new one. I still have my Switch controller and my, I do still have my Switch controller,
So
my
this
Pro
was the
controller,
legendary Janos
and my
Ordrin,
PlayStation 5 controller.
reputed to
So.
have been the most ancient and diabolical vampire to have ever existed. According to folklore, he lived high in the cliffs of Nosgoth's northern mountains and preyed mercilessly on the defenseless villagers below. His reign of terror ended when the Seraphim finally hunted him down and tore his throbbing heart from his still-living body. This relic came to be known as the Heart of Darkness, and was supposedly imbued with the power to restore vampiric unlife. The Seraphim therefore guarded it carefully, lest the heart fall into the hands of their enemies. But I wondered, could Janos Ordrin truly have been as monstrous as depicted here? Or was this merely artistic license by the Seraphim, who sought to lionize themselves by demonizing their darkest enemy?
So I'm gonna start. I haven't used my Pro controller in a while, but just in case, I'm gonna start charging it. Just in case this controller keeps giving me issues. You also don't get to heal yourself if you use the Reaver Blade, which is a nice trade-off as far as balance is concerned.
Strange how my history came full circle. This chapel, I realized, was a memorial to my former Sarafan brethren and myself. All of us martyred here, and then so cruelly profaned by Cain when he imposed his gift on our noble corpses. For the first time, I beheld the image of my Sarafan self, memorialized here among my fallen comrades. It tortured me to see how noble and pure I had been, and what a vile phantasm I had become. And a profound sense of injury, of loss and betrayal welled up in me, so overwhelming I could barely contain it. All I wanted at this moment was to find Cain and destroy him.
Thank you. I want to get some health back. So that goes upstairs, so we don't want to go there yet. Yeah, it's funny to think that, like, because I went between both graphics when they zoomed in on the statue of his human self. It is funny that that's something that we don't even really think about. Like, typically for people like myself who, why am I saying people like myself? But people who have played, who've already played Soul Reaver 2 can most likely didn't even really think about that later on. They see this statue and then they're like, oh, okay, so that's basically what he looks like as a human. But then you kind of forget that after a couple of hours, which is kind of funny, because then that comes into play later on in the game. If there's anyone who's watching the stream, I'm not going to spoil it just in case this is your first exposure to Soul Reaper 2, in case you didn't see my stream on the original version. For anyone who has seen me stream the original non-remastered version of this, if you remember later on in the game, if you remember, then you know what I'm talking about. Or if you've played this game before, then you know. My health is going down a little bit, so let me take a weapon.
I emerged, and for the first time beheld Nosgoth in its former glory. The land overflowed with abundant life and vitality, and I knew with certainty then that the world I had left behind was nothing more than the corpse of Nosgoth, a lifeless husk bled dry by the corruption of Cain's parasitic empire. This was the fragile world Cain sacrificed to preserve his own petty life and ambition, heedless of the profound cost. The sight only deepened my resolve. I sensed that the pillars lay to the northwest, and if Cain truly waited to confront me there, I would not disappoint him.
I know we can't go there yet.
As I passed this arcane landmark, a wisp of the Reaver's energy was drawn to the ring, illuminating it. This created a beacon of sorts in the spirit world. If ever I found myself depleted in the spectral realm, and my soul tossed on the ethereal winds, these beacons would draw me back to safety and restore me. Coffee. Okay. I might have gone to the wrong door then. Might be. Might be. Okay, so there are multiple doors there. Okay, that's my bad. I mean, that kind of tracks. Media literacy in this country is going down, so it's not really that surprising, unfortunately. Let's see where I need to go to next. I think I need to go there. I need to go there first. It is kind of neat how being underwater actually makes you go faster. And these ancient obelisks were mysteriously attuned to my spiritual essence. By simply touching the symbol, I could safely preserve an imprint of my soul, and thus create a milestone to which I could return when weary, and from which I could resume my journey.
And I wish more games would do this, especially, I mean, I haven't played too many modern games recently. I've mostly been going back to older games, and, well, I have been playing some modern games, but those are on a backlog that are like a little bit, couple years older. But I definitely wish more games would do this, where they would come up with some kind of excuse, something within the lore to be like, hey, this is the reason why I'm able to, if I die, that I'm able to come back. Here's the thing that saves my progress or whatever. That's always neat when they're able to do that. And that is the reason why, even though I'm glad from a technical perspective that modern consoles, PlayStation 5, Xbox, etc., maybe the Switch too, we'll see, have mostly gotten rid of loading screens. But I also am kind of sad that loading screens are becoming less and less of a thing in what do you call it? Sorry, I had a little bit of a brain fart.
Are becoming less of a thing in modern gaming because while loading times have always been kind of annoying, it's always given
developers, at least developers that have had the time and the creativity to try and make up loading screens that were at least somewhat creative. You have the darkness, where Jackie would like talk during loading screens and give you some kind of what do you call it? Give you some, either he would just be talking casually, or he'd give you a little bit of lore as to what was going on with the darkness, or you'd have like the Dragon Ball Z Budokai games where you would like, you know.
While I had only just escaped the stronghold, I sensed that in time my journey would return me full circle to this place. Infiltrating the fortress, however, would be no small feat. The balcony that had provided my escape was now well beyond my reach, leaving this massive gateway as the only means of entry. The gates were sealed, but like the time-streaming chamber I had seen earlier, their operation was undoubtedly linked to that odd crystal mounted above the entrance.
But yeah, like the Budokai games, like they would have like Cybermen that you could like smash, and you'd have to like, you know, go crazy on the analog stick and some of the buttons. Like at least with that, there was some kind of like, all right, let's try and make things fun for the player. So even though we do have to load something, you know, we're giving them some entertainment we're giving them some entertainment to go by, so they're not just sitting there. The one kind of entertaining game, though, I guess, when it comes to getting rid of loading times, or I guess masking loading times, is like the whole, like with Uncharted games. Like, okay, are they just opening a door, or is this a loading, or are they just masking a loading screen? That's kind of like a fun game to play. If you're just chilling with your buddy, drinking a couple beers, it's like, I wonder if this is a loading screen. But I do miss loading screens to some extent. Yeah, my controller just did freak out on me a little bit.
Here it comes.
The only reason why I'm not using the blade right now is I need health. That's really the cheap way to play in this game, is to not lock on and just keep running around. I only do that if I ever get, like, I really don't want to die. Or if I just feel like entertaining myself in that way. Because I guess the devs never really accounted for... Alright, hold on. Let me see if the Pro Controller has a decent amount of juice, because this is
getting annoying.
I think I need my pen to activate the Bluetooth on this thing so it can...
Let's see. Or not Bluetooth. Sorry about the technical difficulty. Bluetooth. Does it show my Pro Controller? You know, I'll have to add it. Connecting. Pro Controller connected. Nice. Does it show me what its power level is? It does not, but it does say it's connected. Okay, that's good enough for me.
So
So
we
we
should
should
have
have
no more controller. As
long as the battery still stays good, we should be good.
Let me just
To make sure I have the controller as I would want it to be. It is weird seeing the different icons, though, I will say. A, B. Sorry. I think it did switch up the controls a little bit. So Cheryl would be B now. Even though that says A, I don't know why it says. Okay. Okay, so I want A to be. I guess when I hit B, it unconfirmed my change. Okay. But I have B right where I want A, and then heavy attack as X, and action is Y, crouch, block, auto face, look around. Okay, everything else is good. Okay, just making sure.
No. Okay.
Okay.
I
I guess I was lying about there not being more technical difficulties.
Okay. So we got B for jump. That's weird. It says the opposite of what the actual button is, but I mean, as long as it works in the game, that's the main thing. Look around. Crouch. Block. Cool. All right. We're good. Maybe I should rename the stream to technical difficulties of the game.
Here it comes.
Just so I can be a little bit more honest. You know what? I was gonna use. It is funny how the Reaver Blade, how its heavy attack really isn't that slow. In that way, it's kind of unbalanced. So it's just the water physics making Raziel freak out. It's not my controller. But going in. I'm surprised I got from like almost dead to like pretty much a full health bar off that guy.
Okay, now I'm not getting any audio. What the hell? Is anyone else hearing that, or is that just my headphones?
Not my headphones. Yeah, my headphones. I am getting a weird technical difficulty audio from. Let me quit the game real quick. Quit. Oh Jesus! Quit the launcher. Oh, it's persisting. Quick game. Alright. Try rebooting the game. Because I know I never got those sound difficulties when playing the first remaster. It could be part of my stream. It could be because these headphones are also kind of fucked. I'll show you guys. Like this. I've
had these headphones for a while, and they're also pretty beat up.
Okay. Oh, nuts.
Nah.
Boo.
At last. I must say I'm
I
disappointed
didn't mean
in
to
your progress.
start.
I imagined you'd be here sooner. Tell me, did it trouble you to murder your brothers?
Did it trouble me?
Where?
Quick game.
Load game.
There we go.
Alright, so we're gonna have to repeat a little bit. A quick save, quick load, or some kind of save state.
When I had only just escaped the stronghold, I sensed that in time my journey would return me full circle to this place. Infiltrating the fortress, however, would be no small feat. The balcony that had provided my escape was now well beyond my reach, leaving this massive gateway as the only means of entry. The gates were sealed.
Okay, I was getting that same
Two
weird...
arms.
Okay, so we're gonna skip this section since I already went through it. But that's weird. If this pops up again, I'll try and use my Bluetooth headphones just to see if it really is the audio or if it's my headphones. Because I know I didn't have that issue with the first one. Well, at least we didn't lose too much progress. We're starting to get that audio issue again, but it went away real quick.
These vampires had nothing in common with the deranged jackals I left behind in Kane's derelict empire. They seemed to retain much of their former humanity. In this era, vampires were clearly not the uncontested predators we had been. These creatures were hunted mercilessly and oppressed. And while I still believed that vampirism was a plague and had to be wiped out, there was nothing noble or righteous in this crusade. This was simply ruthless persecution.
Let me grab my Bluetooth headphones just in case. Make sure I can connect them.
Wait, is it connected to... Oh, okay, 100%. That actually gives me a... Okay, good. Nope. For some reason, only I'm getting... Okay, now I'm getting both. Okay, let me bring it down to 94. That sounds good. Okay. Took a second for the left ear to be connected, unfortunately, but looks like we're good now. Make sure it's comfortable. Okay, webcam's still working. Alright, cool.
The pillars of Nosgoth, pristine,
Whole
and uncorrupted. I had never beheld them in this undefiled state, yet something profound and indelible resonated within me at the sight. And there, waiting at the very heart of the pillars, was the canker that was destined to destroy them.
See HD Kane.
I know you're there, Raziel.
Moebius led me to you, Kane. Though I might have guessed you'd meet me here.
And if Moebius told you I was hidden on the underside of hell, would you throw yourself into oblivion to pursue me? Moebius trawls for the ignorant and unwary, hauling his gasping prey from the streams of their destinies. Stay out of his net, Raziel.
Spare me your elaborate metaphors, Kane. I have pursued you here for one purpose. You will pay for your betrayal, and balance will thus be restored to Nosgoth.
And whose will is satisfied then? The will of Raziel or Moebius?
Would I be better manipulated by you, Kane? Now, turn and face me. The chase is over.
This isn't a chase, Raziel. We are merely passengers on the wheel of destiny, describing a perfect circle to this point. We've been brought here for a reason. I've seen the beginning and the end of our story, however, and the tale is crude and ill-conceived. We must rewrite the ending of it.
You and I.
Face me, Kane. Even you shouldn't die a coward's death.
Isn't it customary to grant the condemned a final request?
I recall no such courtesy from you.
Indulge me, Raziel. All I ask is that you listen. This is the sublime moment of our undoing, Raziel. The ineffable fulcrum upon which swings the entirety of our history. This is where all of Nosgoth is betrayed. In this instant, Ariel, the Balance Guardian, is murdered by dark forces bent on overthrowing the pillars. Her spirit is just now tearing free, lost in the ether, trying to find its way here. You have already seen how she comes to haunt these pillars.
Bound here by your refusal to die. You are the reason this land becomes diseased. As long as you remain alive, you condemn Nosgoth to an eternity of decay.
Be still, Raziel. See this.
Yeah, I still don't know if I like.
I am being born to take her place as Balance Guardian. Such is my destiny.
Kane's HD design. Definitely looks better than it did in Soul Reaver 1.
At the moment of my first cry, Ariel's beloved, the guardian Nut Raptor, finds her corpse. Racked with grief and tormented by suspicions of treachery, Nut Raptor plunges into a madness which overflows and infects all of the guardians who are symbiotically bound, including me. The repercussions of Ariel's assassination were expertly calculated. The entire circle descends into madness, and I am tainted at the moment of my birth, instantly rendered incapable of fulfilling the role destiny has prepared for me.
Shall I show you the same mercy you showed the rest of the circle then? You blithely murdered them to restore their pillars, yet your hand faltered when it came to the final sacrifice. What makes you exempt, Cain? You're merely the last man standing. Why condemn me for simply carrying out what you hadn't the courage to do yourself?
Let's drop the moral posturing, shall we? We both know there's no altruism in this pursuit. Your reckless indignation led you here. I counted on it. There's no shame in it, Raziel. Revenge is motivation enough. At least it's honest. Hate me, but do it honestly. 30 years hence.
Cain just like, if you're gonna be a hater, do it to my face. Don't talk behind my back.
Let's call it a two-sided coin. If the coin falls one way, I sacrifice myself and thus restore the pillars. As the last surviving vampire in Nosgoth, this would mean the annihilation of our species. Moebius made sure of that. If the coin lands on the reverse, I refuse the sacrifice and thus doom the pillars to an eternity of collapse. Either way, the game is rigged.
We agree then that the pillars are crucial and must be restored.
Yes, Raziel. And that's why we've come full circle to this place.
So after all this, you make my case for me. To end this stalemate, you must die so that new guardians can be born.
Pillars don't belong to them, Raziel. They belong to us.
Your arrogance is boundless, Cain.
There's a third option. A monumental secret, hidden in your very presence here. But it's a secret you have to discover for yourself. Unearth your destiny, Raziel. It's all laid out for you here.
You said it yourself, Cain. There are only two sides to your coin.
Apparently so. But suppose you throw a coin enough times. Suppose one day it lands on its edge.
I can't remember what the probability is for that. Actually, I'm curious. Let me see if I can look that up real quick. Can I put... I'm putting desktop above. Okay. I'm kind of curious about Googling that. Let me see real quick. Okay, no, we're not going to use any dumb ChatGPT AI stuff. Fuck that. Alright, so can everybody see this? Okay, cool. So apparently, the probability 1 in 6,000 tosses is the possibility, the reason for the sensitivity to initial conditions of a tossed coin landing on its edge. That's pretty cool. That's crazy. 6,000 tosses. That's a lot of tosses. So, and now that's the beauty of me having dual monitors, that I can do stuff like that now. I can look that stuff up as I'm like playing video games. That's pretty cool. Okay. Back to the game.
I didn't know what impulse stayed my hand, why I had so willingly allowed Cain to escape me when I had pursued him for so long. I had no reason to trust Cain after he had valued me so little, and yet I found myself intrigued by his words. I had been too cruelly used to so gullibly play his pawn, but if this world truly had secrets to divulge, I was determined to expose them.
Oh, I think my webcam. I think the desktop, not my webcam. Down a peg or two. There we go. Cool. I know I have to go spectral. Don't. I know what I have to do, game. I think that's one of the rare instances, like the one out of like a billion times where the game just straight up tells you what to do. I do love how like little warped the music is when you go into the spectral realm. Just so creepy. How amplified your footsteps are? Yeah. This is attention to detail. This is love and care put into the game.
From the moment of my arrival, I had the constant and palpable sensation of being watched. Someone, it seemed, was keenly interested in my presence here. From the look of it, this door had been sealed for centuries. I began to realize it was no mere coincidence that I found myself standing here, beneath this winged figure with blue skin and cloven hands so like my own, and bearing this unique key.
Just missing the wings. Well,
and
technically.
so it was with a sense of gravity and trepidation that I unsealed that ancient door and crossed the threshold.
Wonder what the hell that is. Oh, we're going for this guy first. Aw, you bitch. And unfortunately, there's no soul to suck from these guys, so... It's pretty much either use the Reaver or not use the Reaver. Those are the only options. I can easily avoid these guys, but I'm not trying to speedrun this game. I think I just went through him. I was never really into that, the idea of speedrunning games. Sometimes I'll YouTube a speedrun of a game, and usually I only do that if it's got, let me lower the volume here a little bit. Usually I'll only I'll watch a speed run, or at least part of a speed run of a game. Oh shit! I didn't realize I was getting attacked. Of a game if it's like a straight up platformer, or if it has parkour or like some kind of platforming elements, just to see what kind of movement tech there is in the game. That because maybe it's interesting. Like that's something that Ubisoft games do not tutorialize things like the Assassin's Creed games very well, so obviously a lot of parkour and a lot of movement in those games are not very... It took a while for people to figure out certain tech that's legitimately not like breaking the game to speedrun it, but like movement tech that was never tutorialized, that took I don't know how many years to figure out, which is... It's sad that because of that, a lot of people just automated parkour in those games and never really experimented with it and kind of got bored, and we're just like, oh yeah, Ubisoft games are just low effort, which depending on what we're talking about.
As I entered the chamber, I sensed that it had been sealed for hundreds, perhaps thousands of years. And while this room was clearly built when the pillars were erected, I knew that no human hand could have shaped this place, and that perhaps it had never been seen by human eyes. The surrounding murals depicted a winged race, their features so like my own, but beautiful, where mine were grotesque, and angelic, while mine were demonic. I tried to decipher these images. A great war, but with combatants like none I had ever seen. The pillars, raised by this winged race, who thus defeated their adversaries. The winged beings again, writhing in agony, apparently afflicted with the same bloodthirst I had so recently suffered. And throughout the chamber, inscribed everywhere, images of the Reaver itself. Was this what Cain had urged me to discover? I wondered.
Lies, Raziel.
Ooh, we're gonna get to see the Elder God, all HDified.
Do not be deceived.
Ah, my ancient benefactor. And I dared to hope we had parted ways forever.
Let's judge this now.
Silence was refreshing, but it lasted. No doubt you have a conveniently inexpressible reason for your presence here.
Do not be insolent, Raziel. I am eternally present here and everywhere, now and always. I am the still center of the turning wheel, the hub of this world's destiny.
But perhaps not so omnipotent as you'd have me believe. Your hold on me appears to be tenuous. I no longer seem to need you. Yet I'm guessing you still need me.
Oh!
This impudence is unworthy of you, Raziel. Do not forget that you have a task to fulfill here. You are indebted to me.
Indebted? You would have me show gratitude for a gift I didn't ask to be bestowed. Do you forget that you forced me to inhabit this vile carcass?
I restored you to yourself, Raziel. It was Cain who destroyed you. The very enemy you've just let slip through your grasp. Do not fail me, my servant.
I serve no one. Not you, not Cain, and not your lackey Moebius.
Moebius is my good servant. I have many.
And if I tell Moebius that he's worshipping a giant squid, do you think his faith will falter?
You have grown willful, Raziel. But beware. To embrace a serpent is to invite poison into your heart. Cain is a sinuous beast. He will seduce and deceive you. You pride yourself on your free will, yet you let that degenerate deter your resolve.
I harbor no illusions about his integrity, nor anyone else's. In fact, I am beset by manipulation on all sides. I merely seek the truth.
These are the fathomless truths, Raziel. The agony of birth and death and rebirth. This is the wheel of fate, the purifying cycle which sustains all life. Vampires are an abomination, a plague which leeches this land of its spiritual strength. They obstruct the flow of life and death. Their souls stagnate in their wretched corpses. But the wheel must turn. Death is inexorable and cannot be denied. Your destiny is irresistible, Raziel. You are my soul reaver, the scourge of the vampires, reaper of their apostate souls. Remain steadfast. End the vampire's parasitic curse, and restore Nosgoth. Kane's blood belongs on your hands.
Kane indeed deserves to die for condemning me to this repugnant form. But if and when I kill him, it will be for me alone to decide.
Kane destroyed you without a flicker of remorse. He tore the soul from your noble corpse. And after you had served him faithfully for 1,000 years,
That is a long
he
time.
discarded you in the abyss on a jealous whim. Remember your rage, Raziel. Let it guide your hand.
Imagine knowing someone for 1,000 years and then they just betray you. I mean, that is pretty crazy. You know, Raziel's not mad at Kane for some petty little dispute. Like, that's pretty legitimate why he's angry at Kane. Yeah. I think the Elder God, well, we'll try and get a close-up on him as we go down. Because we gotta go down anyway.
Your destiny beckons.
Alright, so this is the HD graphics, and this is the original. In the HD graphics, his eyes, I know it might be funny to judge giant squid with like no nose or mouth or anything. But in these visuals, his eyes look more, I guess the color is a bit more unified. Like there's still some like lighter shades of brown, but it looks more wooden. Which I guess is consistent with his arms, or I guess tentacles.
Do not fail.
But in the original, there's a little bit more variation in the color, and they look more like eyeballs, I guess you could say. I mean, like the eyes are unblinking, which for an eldritch god like himself makes sense. But at the same time, it feels like it feels more like eyes, I guess, if that's I don't know, maybe a weird thing to say, but like if you were to actually poke these eyes, like they would actually feel pain. I've never been poked in the eye, and I never want to. But it feels like it would actually hurt if you do that, versus here it feels like you would try and poke these eyes, and it would feel like nothing. And so where is that path that the cutscene showed? There we go, here we go. Kind of low health, so I'm going to try and avoid these guys. If I have to fight, then I'll fight. I don't want this guy to do so. But I think I should be able to make it through. So. one guy, so yeah, I'm good. I'm either gonna have to lower the wall. I can't remember if it's on this trip or when I come back through here. But I'm either gonna have to go through the spectral dimension, or I'm gonna have to. I think I can just pass through here for now. I think it's when I come back through here that I have to either lower the water or go through the spectral realm. Yeah, for now I think I can just come through here. Camera. Okay, now I'm a little... I thought I saw a hole in the ground here, but no, I don't think so. Oh, I think here we go. Alright, I think we found the path here. I think. That's the only negative about water levels is they can be pretty easy to get lost in. The camera's actually not that bad in whatever, in like this and like the, well, the original was kind of, it was a little bit, crap, I found my way back to the statue. Alright, nope. Turned around, alright. This one is just a little confusing. But so far the camera was fine. Up until I got a little bit too close to the... Okay. So we're following these. Okay. So... I might have to go to this... Oh, wait, no. We're going up. We're going up. Okay. We're gonna try and not go too fast so that we can figure out where we need to go. Oh. Alright, I think we're back on track. Let's see if we can make it through before I lose my health. Oh, oof. Get a little nauseous here. There we go. Woo! Push back the couch a little bit.
I surfaced into a very different landscape. The daylight barely penetrated the dense canopy of this forest. Here I discovered an ancient ruin, unmistakably one of Moebius's time-streaming chambers, but long ago sealed and abandoned to the encroaching swamp. I didn't currently possess the means to break this seal, but I thought in time that I might.
Just want to make sure I can get some decent air on me. Alright. Alright, are there any? Yeah, there's some enemies. Alright, I can get some health back. Ooh, I am. Raziel. Woo, that was close. Oh my god. It's alright. Death is only the beginning. Death is only a temporary setback. Until you die in the spectral realm, that's... Oh, I think her soul's stuck around. Okay, that's cool.
There's one.
Wait, is... Okay, that's something I didn't notice. Configure controller. Heavy attack. Okay, we're back. I didn't realize when I switched controllers that the heavy attack was switched back to the wrong button. I don't know why that was the case, but again, we're playing the remastered edition, so it's so much easier to rebind these controls, which I'm so happy about. Oop. Okay. It's just the mud sticking me. Thank you so much, Asper, and thank you so much, Crystal Dynamics, for actually allowing these remasters to happen. Allowing old-time fans to... Yes, Fordor! Oh, his remaster looks so good.
So, my lurking observer was exposed. The creature vanished when he realized he was discovered, but I caught a glimpse of him. And his features were distinctive enough.
And he's so good looking.
This was the vampire Vorador, the monstrous assassin depicted in the stronghold. Strange that a creature brazen enough to assault the circle single-handedly would avoid confronting me.
Maybe he's shy.
If Vorador would not come to me, I would go to him. But first I needed to find some means of reaching that terrace.
Okay, I can't wait for us to actually get a really good long cutscene with him. To, like, really look at it, but he looks really good so far. He looks really good. I can't really hit her. Damn it. For him. Come on. Yeah, bitch. Come on, walk into my heavy. Walk into my heavy. Walk into my heavy. Walk into my heavy. Wait, I didn't even notice the counter. What was it? Oh, only for an hour. That's not bad. It's not bad at all.
There appeared to be a passage here, leading northward into the mountains. The opening, however, was obstructed and too high for me to reach. Perhaps later I would find the means to bypass these obstacles.
Alright, I'll be right back. Bathroom break real quick and get some water. Quality H2O. Alright. Back to it. Alright, what was the... I think... What was the... I think this was the... Over here. Or was it over here? I don't remember. Anyway.
There it is.
Two arms! It is funny how Michael Bell does play some of these soldiers that you played. Aw, you bitch. Yes, I think we're about to get that cutscene. Yes, 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 yes.
My lurking friend was nowhere to be seen, but I found
Aw.
these ruins even more intriguing. I recognized these arcane symbols from the chamber beneath the pillars, and realized that this shrine, too, was sealed to all but the bearer of the Reaver.
I love that that's not just a cutscene, but you actually have to pull out the Reaver to do it. They could have made that so it was just a cutscene. I like that. Okay, finally. I guess my bare fists aren't enough to get past that shield. Nah. We're fine. We got health. I do like that these guys don't run away. Like in Soul Reaver 1, when they were starting to get low health, they would run away. Which I guess does make it a bit more dynamic. But if you were like low health and you're about to die, then it would be like kind of annoying. In this one, they don't run away until like you can actually start to devour them. Which I think makes it a little bit more realistic, since these guys are like just, I guess, just animals to some extent. They're just acting on instinct. Okay, that's where we need to go. Get to here at some point. Have to get through that door, or Aha! Okay. That's right, we're gonna have to lead the light back to these mirrors later on, I believe. Do I just walk through that door, or do I have to do anything? I think I need something to... Yeah. And see, I don't think this is active yet. Nah, I can't do that yet. That's not active. Okay, I'm gonna have to... Yeah, that's right. I'm gonna have to do a little platforming. How the fuck did you... Okay, yeah, these guys are not normal. They're not, human. Did that motherfucker just jump dodge my attack?
Throughout this ancient shrine, murals depicted the winged race, the apocalyptic war against their mysterious and equally inhuman adversaries. These winged beings, it seemed, were not only the architects of the pillars, but of this enigmatic place as well. And just as in the pillar's chamber, this shrine was adorned throughout with imagery of the Reaver, depicted with the reverence of a holy icon.
And it is cool how we do get some lore drops about the vampires. I'm assuming these were the vampires. Without their names ever being like dropped, you know? Feed yourself 30 times. I think, is this the same mural? I don't believe so. Nah, this is a whole new mural. That's cool that they don't just replicate it on both sides. You're back again for round 2? Buddy, I killed you once already. I don't think there's anything else to jump to. Nope. Rotate it yet? I can rotate it. Alright. So what do I need to do first? Okay, I have to be able to get out that door. To be able to do that. Do I need to activate this first? Okay. I think I need to rotate this first before I do, because I don't think I can do anything else. Alright. Okay, that doesn't do anything. That does something, but I don't think I can do anything with that yet. So, can I do anything with this? If I move it here. I cannot. Oh yeah, it was already facing that. That's why. That's right. Okay. So we have 2 directions to go. We'll go this way first, because this might lead back to the mirrors that we saw earlier. Is there a third one? Ah, there is. Throwing shit at me. Nothing is gonna hit me. Oh, nice. They just let me go for it. I know, I know. Kind of crazy how the Reaver... It is unbalanced because even if you don't hit them, the meter on it doesn't go up. But maybe they found that more frustrating in play tests than if it did. Go. These guys are here. And is there a way to go back to the material realm? Is there a conduit, or... There is, yes. Uh-huh. I think I'll skip you guys. Sometimes you get those close calls with those glide jumps. God, this game was so cinematic without being, like, overly cinematic, if that makes any sense. Oh, that's right, I gotta be full health, right. Luckily, I got me some snacks just waiting me to be oured. Oh yeah, I remember this puzzle. It has a little bit more well, at least on the dish it does. And the HD graphics, the bottom part has a bit more detail to it. I think this is the one I can move. I don't think I can move this one. Okay. That's the broken one. I think this is the one that I dragged to here. And I think I move this to the other. Do I? Or do I move it somewhere else? Stop. Don't give me the hint yet. I've barely been in here for 2 minutes. Jesus. Okay, maybe I gotta move this back first, and then... Thanks for spoiling the puzzle for me. Even though I played this game a half dozen times. Including, like, I don't know, 3 months ago. Can I even move this? Move this all the way here, yeah. Okay, but I can't move this back. This was definitely one of the weak points in God of War Ragnarok, where, I mean, you wouldn't get something like this. You definitely get, what do you call it? Good characters that wouldn't shut up during puzzles. Hey, Dad, maybe you should do this. I know I can't be in the spectral realm to affect anything. Did I have to activate the mirror outside of the door first before being able to do this? Maybe that was my mistake. Maybe I should have gone the other way first. These are the only 4 directions it can go in. And this is not activated yet. Let me go into the spectral room real quick just to make sure that there's nothing I can do. I know I have to shoot projectiles. Shut up. Alright, now I gotta go back to the material realm. Because... no. Oh. Nope. Okay. But I don't think they would have done that. I don't think they would have made a puzzle where if you go in the wrong direction, then unfortunately you have to go the opposite. Wait, do I not have full health? There we go. I don't think I need a torch for anything. I either need to shoot it there. Can't move this pillar. Can't move this pillar. I know I can't this one. This is the only one that I can move. But I can't move it. Oh, wait, I can? Oh wait, no, this is the direction I've always been moving it in. God damn it. I can't move it here. I don't think. Even though it'll let me grab from this direction. Like, I don't know why they're letting me grab on this side if I can't do anything with that. Nope, I can only move it in this direction. So I think I might have to take that other direction then. I think I fucked up. Because there's nothing else for me to do in this room, so I'll unfortunately have to backtrack. And I think I might have made that mistake on my last playthrough when I played the original version. Because I know when I was in this, because I remember when I was in this area, when I was playing the original version, that I did make some kind of mistake. And I believe I did have to backtrack, but I don't... Thankfully, it's all within the same overall puzzle room, and the path back to and from is not, like, convoluted or anything. So it's not anything crazy that I have to worry about. It's not like I'm losing, like, 20 minutes of progress or anything like that. So that's fine. That's the only thing I can think to do. T-pose on him, Raziel. T-pose. I don't think there's much to do down here. Luckily, these guys are pretty easy to kill. Oh, fuck you. And since these guys are easy to kill, I won't use the Reaver on them, just... get my health back. Do I move these? I can't move these. Okay. I think move the mirror here. That doesn't seem to be doing anything. I'm pretty sure I move... Ah! And I love that that's not on a timer either. And I think just... activate this. Now, the question, how do I activate this? Do I need to switch somewhere around here, or... I don't see one. Ah! I need to somehow... Maybe I have to go back to the central room. Because I don't see anything up here, and I doubt they want us to... Because the light's not going to activate anything. Shut up, I know. I know I have to do that. Stop giving me that hint, it's not actually helping. I don't believe there's a switch down here, but let me just double check before I go back to the central room. There's the Reaver Blade symbol, but that's too high to interact with. And I don't see any switches over here. I want to make sure. Nope. Okay. So, let's try going back to the main chamber. Oh! I like that that kind of blocks my way. That's kind of cool. Okay, we might need to move this here. So, let's hold off on that. can't can I activate this? Okay, never mind. Is it gonna reclose? No, it's not. Aw, you bitch! It is gonna reclose on me. Damn you. Okay, so that's not active though. So. And if those guys show up, I'm not gonna fight them again. They did not. Okay, cool. Ooh. I don't think shooting that does anything. No. Okay. Oh yeah, that's right. It does nothing. And I doubt it does, but let's see if this does anything when I open the door. No, it doesn't appear to do anything. Okay. That just opens that. And again, that does nothing. So we're going to keep that locked on that. And we're going to come back up here. We're going to take a look back at that mirror. And see if there's any way I can climb up there and activate that. I think that might have something to do with the first chamber. Okay, that's already open. I don't think so. And I'm gonna go back into the spectral realm and see if that changes. I don't think so. No. Okay, no, so I can't climb back up, so I can't climb up there. So yeah, that hole's already open, so that leads me back here. Okay. I was trying to remember. Alright, so now I can't interact with that yet. That's gonna... So that's nothing. For now. Alright. We'll figure this out. We'll figure this out. It's been a couple of months since I played. After that, how many years since I played? And this is the beginner puzzle one. This is the one that's not like difficult. I remember when I streamed on the original version, the last one, the fire one, that one took me forever. That one always mixes me up. Alright, so we're gonna come back here. Process of elimination. And that mirror pointing here does absolutely nothing for anyone. Gotta kill these guys again, unfortunately. I don't remember these guys taking so long to whittle their health down, though. Where was the... There we go. There's the conduit. And we're going to ignore the enemies when they pop back up. Yeah, I remember lamenting that the change from spectral to material realm was so quick in the remaster for the first one. I didn't even really notice until now, but I think they kept the slow-mo in this one. Which, I don't know if that was on purpose or not, but... I would hope that it is. Yeah, I don't see a switch here. As long as they don't knock me down, we're fine. Yeah, that does nothing there. There's nothing there. There's nothing there. Okay. So the only good use for this mirror is doing this. Okay. And we already have that mirror pointed here. And having it point towards the moon, unfortunately, does nothing. And I can't go through, I can't climb there. Maybe I can move the projectile with my reaver so that it can come through. Let's try that. If I move a little bit more to the side, let's try that. No, that's blocking that. No, unfortunately not. What is the solution here? Because me moving this does nothing. If I go into the spectral realm, that's not gonna do anything. It might make the pillar disappear, but then the light won't reach here. But I'm pretty sure I need the light to hit that. I don't want to have to come back through here again, but I might have to. I like that these games are like this old, but they're still like, wait, hold on, what am I supposed to do again? I know I can't move that mirror. There is something that I'm missing. I think I have to go back to the chamber that I left. Because there is something that I'm missing. And I haven't found any levers. That's what I thought. It won't do anything to that. And I think I'm going to have to come back here. I think I have to... I don't know. Because there's nothing I can do in the spectral realm. If I go into the spectral realm, the light's not going to hit the mirror. And if I move this, then I won't be able to cross through. Yeah. Okay, now that I'm like right here, can I do that? Okay, so I can do that, but I have to be like right next to it. I'd have to be at some kind of angle to move that. Okay, so it's possible to physically move it with the reaver. But I don't think I can do that from here. So I have to be... I either need to be at a specific angle that I'm not hitting. Yeah, that's the thing that's making me think I have to go back to the main room. Or, I'm sorry, to the first puzzle room that I was in. Because I'm not able to move this. I know... Yeah, let me try going back. Yeah, that doesn't make that disappear, so that wouldn't even change that. Okay. So, even when I open the door, that'll do nothing. That does nothing. I don't think I can do anything to try. I can't move the moon, I don't think. I can't do anything to the moon. And for some reason it loses the light. Okay. We'll get some water. Maybe that'll get my brain thinking. Ah. Good old H2O. Here, and nothing on that side either. Cool, cool, cool. Alright. Only thing to do. Ooh, ooh, ooh. I almost messed that up. Alright, so now we're back to the puzzle room. I think I need to somehow supply... I can push that. Maybe I have to shoot it across? I don't think so. No. There's nothing blocking this. Do I have to shoot this? No. This is already... maybe I have to break this. Hold on, hold on. Do I have to break the tip off? Okay, that's just bringing it back to where it was. Okay, that didn't really do what I was hoping. Aha! Okay. Now we're talking here. Okay, okay. Knew there had to be something going on. Okay, I have to... That's not a light, that's a dial or a mirror, I'm sorry. I can't go back up here. Okay, nice. That automatically opens it up for me. So I was like, wait, aren't I just gonna get trapped? Put this here. Maybe? Okay, so we have that solved. But I think this is gonna turn black again once, or off. Yeah, that just turns off again. Okay. Alright, so both chambers. Okay. That's probably what I have to do with this one, too. I have to find, Luckily, I already have most of the puzzle solved in this room. There's really not much. Let me see if I can find some floating skulls, just so I don't have to fight these guys. I probably have to fight them, but let's just try. Okay, now I have to fight them. Alright, that's okay. Oh, wait, there's a skull here. Alright, you don't have to fight them again. So I knew I was like this close to figuring out the puzzle. I knew I wasn't. I guess I'm like an NPC in any other game because just like them, I don't look up apparently. I guess that's the hint because the ray has to somehow come from up to down. I thought I already hit that though. I guess I didn't. Nice. Now can I reach there? Okay. So can I finally... No, it won't. What the hell, man? Maybe I have to remove this? No, it's not going to let me remove it. Okay, so let me go back through there again. But this time I have it all. Well, aside from the last part. We have the majority of it solved, it's fine. I was a little too hasty going down there. Should have held off on it. Took me a little bit longer to solve this than I thought it would. I thought I would have remembered most of this puzzle. And to be fair, I did remember the moving the thing to form the shadow bridge, and I just didn't realize that it was just those two things to open up that I didn't remember. Remember, always look up. Otherwise, you won't be able to solve a puzzle. Or you might get an assassin on you. Can I move this any further? Did that do what I needed to do? Haha! Finally! Moving it the first time was just to get the chute to open up, and the second time is to get the light to shine through. Gotcha. Fast puzzle room completed!
As I neared the altar, I suddenly felt the Reaver quickening of its own volition. Just as in William's chapel, the balance of power tangibly shifted. Voracious and willful, the Soul Reaver was now in control, and I, merely its helpless puppet. The Reaver plunged itself into that mysterious altar, and devouring the energy that emanated from within, drained this place of its power. Thus sated, the Reaver released me, and I realized as I recovered control that these ancient shrines were forges, each purpose-built to enhance the Reaver with elemental power.
Oh, we don't even need that anymore, that's right.
Now I understood the purpose of the mysterious basins I had seen throughout my journey. They were elemental fonts, each attuned to a fundamental essence. When I forged the blade, every font in Nosgoth with the same elemental attunement was simultaneously quickened. The Reaver's enhancements were never permanent, but these fonts enabled me to re-imbue the blade by bathing it in the elemental energy distilled therein.
I think I already got the Reaver. Yeah. Alright.
Concentric concentric circles, one eclipsing the other. I recognized this symbol from the door sealing that other ancient shrine, the one I had seen in the lake outside the Sarafan stronghold. Perhaps now, armed as I was with the elemental power of darkness, I could return and gain entry.
The lake, that's right. Okay, so we gotta go to the lake. And I do like, since this is the introductory sort of shrine, that it's actually pretty small in size, pretty self-contained. I think most of them are, but some of them are a little bit larger than others.
You're a ragged excuse for a savior.
Vorador.
I see my reputation precedes me.
It does.
All good, I hope? I've been watching you since you emerged from that accursed stronghold. Strange that your arrival coincides with the corruption of the Pillars. But I'm wondering, are you the catalyst of these events? Or the answer to them?
I don't know what you mean.
I will speak plainly then. I distrust your origin, stranger. Seeing you crawl from the putrid depths of Moebius's keep makes me question your purpose here. And what should I make of your appearance? Not human, clearly, and more demon than vampire. And the Pillars. It is no mere coincidence that your arrival in that clearing heralded the Pillars' decaying. And so I ask you plainly, are you the instrument of the Pillars' destruction, or their salvation?
Neither.
Very well. Let us look at the other side of the coin. I have followed your journey and watched as you blithely
Yeah, Vorder
unlock
looks really good in
secrets
HD.
that have been sealed and forbidden
His design's
for
really
thousands
good.
of years. The path you have been treading is open to only one being. You don't know what you are, do you?
I have been many things. If you find me ignorant, enlighten me.
Don't know why his
What's
pendant
the point? This
is
world
lit
is
up, but-
beyond redemption. Let the human cattle have it.
I would expect better than meek capitulation from you.
Centuries of persecution have taught me well. 500 years ago, our race was nearly exterminated by the fanatical crusades of the Sarafan. And now the same sick drama unfolds again. In merely a decade, Moebius's cutthroat citizen army has nearly accomplished what the Sarafan could not. Vampires meddling in the affairs of men. Look where it's brought us.
What am I to make of these secrets I've uncovered, then? The depictions of the winged race, the Pillars, and the Reaver.
Fairy tales, boy. The delusions of an ancient culture clinging to hope long after the world had discarded them. Their bloodline trickled away, until only one of the ancients remained, sustained solely by obligation and his unfaltering faith in the old prophecies. But you see, even if you are who you appear to be, it no longer matters. You're simply too late. Janos Audron, the Reaver Guardian, the last of the ancients, and my maker, was murdered by the Sarafan nearly 5 centuries ago. He alone would have the answers you seek, but his secrets died with him. I don't know how you've come even this far without his guidance, or without the Reaver, stolen these 500 years ago by the Sarafan.
About that.
I'm afraid, my friend, that you and all of us are out of luck.
I had no less reason to trust Vorador than anyone else I had met. In fact, the ancient vampire was the most forthright being I had encountered thus far.
That is true.
If Janos Ordrin was the key to all this, then I would find him. And Moebius's time-streaming device would provide me passage. But first, I had to find a way back into the stronghold. And I suspected I would find the means within the lake's mysterious shrine.
I do wonder if how much, if any, of the problems that Raziel has would have been solved by telling Vorador. Actually, if you notice right here, it might not be the physical blade, but I actually do have the Soul Reaver. I've been reaving some souls with it. It's been pretty handy. I wonder what Vorador's would have... I wonder what... Wow, I swear to God, I have not had any alcohol today. I wonder what Vorador's reaction would have been had he seen that and Raziel had told him that. Alright, back to the shrine. And this is the points where the backtracking does occur in this game. Alright. I think we have to go this way. Yes. Okay, I'm going the right way. Good, 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 good. I didn't want to get lost like last time. I think I have to go up, if I remember correctly. Ah! Now. Because there wasn't too much backtracking in the first game. At least nothing that you had to, like, that you had to do. That was mostly for secrets, I believe.
Ah, my wayward child returns.
Having unearthed more than you'd like, I suspect. What am I to make of these ruins that litter the land, and these images here in this chamber?
Merely the deceits of a failed civilization. You are being misled, Raziel. This ancient race hoped to manipulate the future with these scrawled misdirections. You must tread carefully. There are dark forces at work in this world, bent on subverting your true destiny.
I have no doubt of that. The question is, am I in their presence right now?
Ooh.
Your arrogance will spell your demise, Raziel. Deny my will, and the arc of your destiny will reach a sudden conclusion.
Your threats are unmoving. Even now, I'm beyond your reach.
My reach is longer than you realize. This is a very dangerous game you're playing, Raziel.
Careful, Raziel. we're up to now? Yeah, 2 hours, that's not bad. And we're already finished with the first puzzle area. And only one way, right. Yeah, Vorador looks really good. I think they stayed pretty faithful to his design in the HD remaster. Obviously, they added more detail. I don't know if the symbol... I don't know if I would say the symbols on his collar and his cape are a little bit over-designed. Because obviously, when you go back to the original graphics, those symbols aren't there. I'd have to think about which one I like better between those two. But other than that, I think I'd say Vorador's design in the HD remaster is 8 out of 10. Pretty damn high. I really like. Actually, you know what? 9 out of 10. We're gonna go 9 out of 10. Although, even with all this backtracking, it is still cool to see how interconnected these areas are, that they're not just... And there are no loading screens between all of this. There's no loading screens. It's just as impressive. It's still more impressive, obviously, on the PlayStation 1 and the Dreamcast with the first game. But it's still pretty impressive in Soul Reaver 2 as well, that there's no loading screens, that you can go all the way from that puzzle area, back to the swamps, back to here, and it's all connected to each other. And the developers never really felt... there's no insecurity with the developers with this, you know, they didn't feel the need to drastically change up the environments every time. Although in games like the original God of War, that made sense. Maybe insecure is the wrong word. But basically what I'm saying is that it's cool that this all feels like one world that you're traversing through. It doesn't feel like you're going from level to level to level. It all feels very organic. Okay, that's a different basin. I like that. Oh, I didn't mean to pick that up. Damn it. Ah, you're stuck? Let me help you out. There you go. It is kind of funny to see how quickly I can decimate them. Alright. So that's probably, what, like 2.5 hours? Something like that. Alright, if I remember correctly, because I remember I got stuck on this part for a while. I think I have to go back into the spectral realm to get back to the base, because I couldn't... Didn't have the means to activate the crystal to open the door. That's right, that's right. Aha. Which I remember that feeling very arbitrary. I don't know how I feel about that now. Okay, where am I now? There we go. I got that now. I guess I have to get there. I never really thought about that door going through this area. Do we go straight into another chamber? Is this another puzzle area? I forget. I think this is going into the next chamber. Okay. So we were really going into the first one just so we can go into this one. Oh damn. I didn't realize that these two puzzle rooms were like back to back to back. That's fucking crazy. Is this the same from the first puzzle room? From that first shrine? I don't think so. Okay, we got the basin again. I don't think they ever finalized the design for these guys. Because the developers for Soul Reaver 2 and weren't really keeping in contact with the developers for Blood Omen 2. I don't lose this in the couch cushions.
These murals left no room for doubt. These winged creatures were indeed the architects of the pillars. And while the images were difficult to decipher, the pillars appeared to banish or diminish their enemies somehow.
No. trying to tell, I feel like it would be kind of cool to see the... Obviously, I'm going to go through all the bonus stuff throughout this game and see what content was cut. I suspect that there's more Soul Reaver 1 cut content than 2, but we'll find out. Okay, so that's a light base, never mind. Alright, hold on. Bathroom break. Pee break. Be right back. Alright. Whew. Now to the main chambers. Alright, more mirror stuff. So this is where we have to activate so we can view the Reaver. Okay, so we can activate that. Oh wait, I think I lost my Dark Reaver. Yeah, that's right. Okay, so I can't activate that. I can't activate that door yet. I have to get these two mirrors. So... yeah, I can't activate it, I don't think. Nope. Yeah, without that symbol, it means I don't have it. So, only choice is to go through here. Oh, I completely missed it with that one. Holy. Alright. So let's survey the area before we decide what to do. Okay. Either I can rotate these, or well, most likely I can just push them back and forth. So, can I even make that jump? I can. Alright. So, okay. So the Dark Reaver leads to this. I'm guessing this is just, I'm guessing we're going to have to place a mirror here. So we can light, so we can open the door, so we can open that. So, even if we move that mirror, that ain't going to do nothing. So, best chance is to move it here, so we can open this first. I think this is the way we ultimately have to go before I do anything. I know I'm going to have to come back through here again, so I'm just going to avoid these guys for now. Oh, damn. Alright, you're hungry for this? Alright. Just don't get mad at me when I devour your soul. Hey, man, I was trying to spare you, alright? Don't. You were the one getting all cocky. You want some of this? Huh? Alright. You want to come back through here. Yeah, that eye, I have to grab this, but I have to blind. Alright, let me just get out of the spectral room real quick. Yeah, I don't have the... That's right, I don't have... I don't have the Dark Reaver, so I have to find a way to imbue it so I can steal this. Alright. I messed around with my audio a lot earlier on in this stream. A friend of mine was helping me out with that, so hopefully... He was letting me know that there was an echo, so hopefully my audio is a lot better now. Or it has been throughout this stream. Alright. So I'm guessing I need that for this. I need that thing that I just came through for that. I think this just turns it. Let me turn it back to where it was. Okay. Can't activate this door. I think I have to activate it from the other side. Because there's not even a Reaver symbol here. There's nothing down there. And there is one here, but I don't have the Dark Reaver. I can't do anything with this. I'm guessing I need to move something here, and by doing that I activate a bridge to come through here, and then I can... Yeah, okay. So that activates that. Okay. So, definitely something I need to do is... So I think I do need to move that over there. Because this is not going to do anything good here, I don't believe. So I'm just gonna... Let me get rid of this guy first. Oh, fuck you. If I move this here, it's not going to activate anything there. So... But first I gotta get rid of these guys. I hope they don't regain their health when they hide and come back. Okay, okay. Finally getting somewhere. Okay, so I gotta redirect this light somehow. Okay, I'm gonna need that shield for something. Get rid of this guy first, he's gonna be annoying. Haha! Okay. So... yeah, the mural on this doesn't really change all that much. Yeah, they were pretty triumphant while they were on top of the world. Wonder how long that lasted for. Or maybe I don't need to redirect it. I guess that just... because there's nothing attached here. And there's nothing in here to move. Okay. There's nothing up here. Okay, so this room was just to get the mirror. Alright. So the question is... do I put that on the left side or on the right side? I'm thinking my left side. That doesn't go over there. I need the dark basin to line the eyes so I can put this here, or I can put it on the other side. If I put that there, will that do anything? I don't think so. Well, we'll try it. We'll try it. And I don't think I can remove it. No, I can't. Okay, so that's just where it goes. Because if it were meant to be moved from one to the other, you would, Oh. Alright. Aha! Yeah, because I can't do anything with that. Let's go this direction. I don't mind decimating these guys with the Reaper. They're a little annoying. Okay, now I need to cool it. dark basin there. Over there. Okay. So I'm gonna have to go to the material realm to climb to get there. Alright, so where is the conduit? It's gotta be... Maybe I have to climb to get to it, because it's got to be around here somewhere. No, Raziel, why didn't you glide? I held the button. No, conduit. Maybe I have to... Can I make that? Can I make that? Can I make that? Can I make that? No, I cannot. Okay, but there has to be a conduit here somewhere. I'm missing something. I don't think I can climb this. Can I? Ah, I can! But no... No, nothing here. Okay. My only hope now is to glide and hope. Hope I can make it! Come on! Woo! Sweat my brow off on that one. And now I have to come back this way, so I'll skip these guys. I already got enough health for a conduit. Whoo! Okay. So, need a dark basin for this. To get across from here. And I'll skip these guys too. Because they're not really in my way here. Ah, crap. Oh, I had to beat him. Okay. So that was an unactivated base. Before I go back up there, and which I'll also get enough. Get away from me! I want to kill you already. Let me see if I can activate that base that's on the first floor before I go up to the second. Now that I've Gotten the Dark Basin power. The Dark Reaver, I should say. That door should still be open because I lit it up. And light this up. Because I might... Probably a good idea to do this first before I do whatever else I'm supposed to do. Okay. And then this is this. Okay, cool. So we got that door open. Progress! Progress! Figure I'll be back here anyway, but I might as well do this. Before I go back and climb. Alright, and this remains open. Good, good. Making good, very good progress. And now back to that activation module. It is funny, some of these shrines do remind me of Jak and Daxter. But like the areas where things got a little bit more I'm thinking specifically Jak 2 and Jak 3, especially Jak 3. Alright, let me kill her so she doesn't knock me. Last thing I need is to be knocked off and I have to do this all over again. Ah, another mirror. Oh, cool. I'd have to go into the spectral realm to go through there. Sweet. Yeah, that's the same mural from before. Oh, nice. Put this here. Activate this. Then I can activate both. Nice, 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 nice. This went well. This went pretty quick. This shrine definitely went quicker than the dark shrine, the shadow shrine. Oh, shut up. I need to get some health. I don't want to lose the dark basin. Did I already move the mirror so it would do it, or is it going to do it already? Okay. Nice. Okay. I don't have to move it, it just does it. One mirror down. this. Huzzah! Got both of those. Now all we need is the crystal from that long hallway, and we should be all good to go. Nice. This one's also pretty self-contained with just a few rooms to solve. Well, nah, it's got like, it's 2 mirrors, but it kind of wraps around itself. Yeah, let me not get knocked into that. I know it's just gonna... There we go. No! No. Okay. I don't remember if that ever does, what do you call it? Praise the sun. Violence of violent vibrations.
I plunged the Reaver into the forge and imbued the blade with the elemental power of light. Thus armed, I now had the means to re-enter the stronghold and finally use Moebius's time-streaming device to accomplish my own ends.
All right. Good progress on this first stream of Soul Reaver 2. We got 2 shrines. We got the dark and we got the light. We got the yin and the yang. Can I hit it from here, or do I have to get it closer? Not gonna. Probably not gonna hit it from here. Sometimes the reticle doesn't show up. I don't know why. Let's see. bit of a mystery to me. So do I need to reopen that gate, or did it stay? I'm assuming it reclosed. Yeah, it looks like the door closed back up. Reopen that, hit up the save point again, go into the stronghold. I think we're progressing faster in this than we did in Soul River 1. Which kind of makes sense. I'm going in the right direction. Even though there is backtracking here and things do change a little bit, Soul River 1 was definitely more open. So, with a little, definitely this has more guidance than Soul River 1, so let's see. Almost 3 hours, that's not bad. That's not bad. Oh, that's right. That's the other one. Can I get it? There we go. I don't know why the reticle's not showing up. That's weird. Is it not showing up because I turned up... Did I turn anything off? Hints on, interaction on, no. Sound, that's the same. No, I didn't do anything. Huh. Weird. I wonder if that's a bug. Okay. When I point at the ground, okay. Okay. I don't think that's the way it was in the originals, but... Oh no, I'm trapped. Whatever will I do? To arms! The unholy one approaches! that soul. Nice. Oh, right away. Returning back to where it all started. Oh my god, Jesus. Let me get a hit in, jeez. I was in this. I think I have to go through this way. Or do I go through there? Let me go through this way. But then I'll lose the blade. Just in case I need that. Okay, I am supposed to go this way. Okay. Never mind, I'll be quiet.
Show yourself, Cain.
Here, Raziel. Everything is decided here. You cannot comprehend the magnitude, the rapture and the tragedy of this moment. And yet you must, if Nosgoth is to be dragged from the wreckage of its damnation.
I understand only this, Cain. That you and Moebius have impelled me to this moment simply means I can trust neither of you. I don't know who's pulling the strings, but it no longer matters, because I'm cutting them. I set my own course from here.
If it were only that simple.
Your fatalism is tiresome, Cain.
And profoundly ingrained, Raziel. You must understand, our presence here doesn't alter history. You and I meet here because we are compelled to. We have always met here. History is irredeemable.
Ooh, that's a phrase.
Drop a stone into a rushing river. The current simply courses around it and flows on as if the obstruction were never there. You and I are pebbles, Raziel, and have even less hope of disrupting the time stream. The continuum of history is simply too strong, too resilient. Except, then how do we explain William here? The beloved boy king turned tyrant. In my youth, I witnessed William's rise to power and his transformation into the nemesis who laid waste to Nosgoth.
Keep your distance, Cain.
Years later, I stumble upon a chance to journey back in history, unaware that the entire affair has been carefully orchestrated by Moebius. In my wisdom, I seize this opportunity to murder the young king before he can ravage Nosgoth, and thereby provide the catalyst Moebius needs to ignite a genocidal war against our race.
I warn you, no further.
This one reckless act unravels the skein of history. The nemesis never becomes the nemesis. William dies a martyred saint. I, the vampire assassin, become the author of my own species' extinction, and Moebius profits from it all. I destroyed a tyrant only to create one far worse. But how can it be so? How, if history is immutable? The answer is here in this room, Raziel. Moebius propelled William and me together, but ensured first that we were both armed with the Soul Reaver.
Soul Reaver.
The Reaver is the key. Two incarnations of the blade meet in time and space. A paradox is created, a temporal distortion powerful enough to derail history.
Is this your sorcery?
Not mine, Raziel. Yours. You have nothing to fear from me, Raziel. You hold all of the cards.
Then perhaps I should test your sincerity. If what you say is true, you should be terrified. I could kill you here and now.
And so you do, Raziel.
What's happening?
We're hurtling towards our destinies, Raziel. What you feel is the pull of history rushing to meet us. This is where history and destiny collide. If you truly believe in free will, Raziel, now is the time to prove it. Kill me now, and we both become pawns of history, dragged down the path of an artificial destiny. I was ordained to assume the role of Balance Guardian in Nosgoth, while you were destined to be its savior. But the map of my fate was redrawn by Moebius, and so in turn was yours.
This is madness!
Fight it, Raziel. This moment does not have to be an ending. It can become a prelude. I can't. You can, Raziel. Look inside and see that it is so. You have the power to reshape our inevitable futures.
Woo!
Poor William.
Poor William.
What is this? History. A pause, a paradox.
That's another
Raziel.
good line.
Even now, the time stream strains to divert itself, finding its old course blocked by your refusal to destroy me. The future is reshuffling itself to accommodate your monumental decision. This is where we restore ourselves, Raziel, and reclaim our intended destinies. It may yet be possible for me to assume my role as Balance Guardian and return the pillars to their rightful inheritors.
To the vampires. And this is the destiny you have urged me to discover. I don't know what game you and Moebius are playing, Kane, but I refuse to be your pawn. Unlike you, I still revere whatever shred of humanity I've managed to preserve. You will not use me as the instrument of your messianic delusions.
Very well, Raziel. I'll not ask you to trust me. Your truths are for you to discover alone.
Humble words for one who presumes to teach me a lesson at every turn.
And continue your journey and learn your own lessons, Raziel. Remember, Moebius led you here, but you walk away unfettered. A champion of free will and conqueror of false histories. There is much more for you to unearth, if you have the heart for the truth and the will to see it.
I love how even in game we can feel the as we approach the Reaver. That slowly dissipates as we walk away. Do we go this way or do we go the other way? Did I lose the Light Reaver? I don't know why. we just go back? So I think the basin's there. Somewhere. Uh-huh. So I didn't go into the spectral realm. I guess going through the cutscene made me lose it for some reason. I guess because I grabbed the physical reaver. I guess that purified it of any elemental powers. That's cool that the enemies didn't respawn though. I think this just leads me back to the cliffside. I'm not sure. Maybe? Not sure. I think I might be going the wrong direction, but I'm not 100% about that. This is completely blocked. So now... I guess that the game telling me that's the game's way of telling me, yeah, I did go the wrong way. Okay, it's alright. I don't mind seeing this environment again. It's very well. Did I open a door to come through here, right? I think so, yeah. Yeah, you just walk through here. Alright, so let me go through the open door. I think so, at least. Or is this the way I came? Nope. Okay, well, I'm going the right way. It is pretty cool getting to stun them and then, there's a little soul that I missed. Almost missed. Okay, now I'm a little... Which way do I go now, Magic Man? Okay, I guess.
Seize him!
2 projectile enemies. Fuck you. Oh, this one's barred. Or am I going the wrong way? Okay. Ah! No. Okay, no, I'm going the right way. This was barred when I first originally came through here. So that's barred now to keep me from going in the wrong direction. Moebius! Where are you, Moebius? Uh-huh.
Ah, yes. I like that look on your face, Moebius. You really don't know what to do now, do you, old man? Here you are, caught without your damn staff. I suspect things aren't progressing quite as you'd hoped. You're not used to the fly turning to confront you in your web, are you?
Kain's devious influence has poisoned your mind, Raziel. Now you see betrayal everywhere, even in your closest allies.
We were never allies, Moebius. Conspirators, perhaps. Briefly.
Why did you not kill Kain when you had the chance? He was at your mercy.
Precisely. I had a choice, and I chose mercy. And now I know your sordid little secret. The significance of that displacement I felt when the two Reavers came together. Strangely enough, I was enlightened by the devious Kain, not by you. In fact, I've learned much more than you counted on. I understand now how you've tried to manipulate all of history for your own personal gain. But now all your little schemes are whirling in ruin around you, aren't they? All because I chose to exert my will for once, rather than obey the demands of sorcerers and spirits and demons, all singing the same tiresome refrain.
Kill Kain!
I'm setting my own path from here, Moebius. I intend to discover the truth behind all of this.
But you condemn us all with this impetuous act.
Hardly impetuous. It took all the will I could muster. Has my refusal to kill Kain reshuffled your carefully stacked deck of cards?
You really think that you're exercising your free will, Raziel? You're simply Kain's servant.
I do not serve Kain. I merely did not kill him.
Raziel, do not forget your purpose here. You are destined to be the savior of Nosgoth.
Oh, I'm sick of hearing that particular phrase. As for saving Nosgoth, so far I see precious little reason to bother. And I'll choose my own purpose from here on out, Time Streamer. Right now, I choose to manipulate you for a change. Go. In there.
What are you doing?
Come. Yes? You're a cunning serpent. You'll piece it together, I imagine. This error is of no further use to me. You will operate this device to provide me passage. I want to see the world in a simpler time, before the Sarafan began their crusade.
And what about Kain? You're leaving your quarry behind.
You kill him if it's so damned important.
You need only touch the two poles of the switch, and the device will transport you. But I urge you to reconsider.
You've lost your powers of persuasion, old man. Rot here and forget me.
Uh-oh. Moebius, doing something devious here. Oh, sorry, just checking something real quick. Oh, did my the battery run out on my controller? Might have timed out on me, I don't know. Let me check my Pro controller. It says it's still connected. Add device, Bluetooth. Oh, the battery might have died. Not connected. It's saying not connected, so it might have died on me. You know what? I think that's pretty good. We did 4 hours today, and honestly, we actually got further. Let me see if I can just connect just so I can get to a save point.
Even as I emerged from that infernal time-streaming chamber, I suspected treachery. The stronghold was vacant, derelict, and abandoned.
bacon. So I just have to like
I had any doubts about the era I now occupied, this grotesque tableau certainly eliminated them. For here was Moebius, long since murdered by Cain, lionized and beatified as the martyred leader of his bloodthirsty crusade. And if I required further evidence, I needed only to behold the gruesome trophy Moebius held aloft.
Yeah, Vorder's
A severed head of
definitely
Vorador.
looks more grotesque.
The final triumphant kill of Moebius's cutthroat mob. His execution marked the annihilation of the vampires. Far from channeling me into Nosgoth's past, Moebius had propelled me over a century to its ghastly future. The intent behind this little detour was unmistakable. Having failed to make me his obedient assassin, Moebius intended to keep me ignorant of my true destiny, which clearly lay in Nosgoth's past. While his deception only reinforced my purpose, Moebius had effectively stranded me here. This left me no course but to explore the era I now occupied and see what changes the century had wrought, following Cain's ill-fated decision. Perhaps time had cleared a path for me into the mountains, where I might unearth more clues behind the mystery of Janos Audron.
Raziel.
What pathetic charade is this now, Moebius?
No charade, Raziel. Only the entreaties of this martyred spirit.
Your pleas mean nothing to me after all your deceit. You have propelled me into Nosgoth's future, Moebius, and left me stranded here.
I am truly sorry, Raziel, but it was necessary. Consider it the last valiant act of a doomed man. You have strayed from your purpose, and now behold
The result, gaze upon the wasteland you and Cain authored together.
I fail to see how I'm responsible.
You spared Cain, and by doing so, you have released a multitude of horrors upon this world. I can accept that Cain has murdered me, Raziel. As the Time Guardian, I foresaw that incident long before it occurred, and I take some small comfort in the fact that Cain remains the sole survivor of his vile breed. But you have single-handedly made my sacrifice meaningless.
Your argument is disingenuous, Time Streamer. I cannot see how killing or sparing Cain's future self would alter these events. This wasteland was created by Cain's original refusal at the Pillars. And amidst all these twists and turns, that event has never changed. You are cunning, Moebius. I think you've gotten tangled in your own web.
As Cain clings to his precious seat of power, the Pillars sink into a mire of decay, dragging all of Nosgoth down with them.
I don't think this has anything to do with the Pillars, or Cain's failure to sacrifice himself. I think you're simply afraid, because you don't know what he's up to. He's a wild card, isn't he? And you don't want his influence in your game. Which is why you wanted me to eliminate him. Well, now that he survived, you have no idea what's coming, do you? Maybe, for the first time in your entire life, you're terrified that he may have truly found a third option out of the dilemma you orchestrated for him.
Cain's lies have addled your mind. Leave this place and trouble my spirit no more.
If you even are a spirit. You've forgotten. I have a way to tell for sure. If you're willing to risk it. I didn't think so. Either way, you lose.
Don't want to finish this game in one go. I don't want to stream this in 4 missions in like one go. I want to take my time and enjoy it. Almost 4 hours. Okay. 4 hours. Almost 4 hours. Almost 4 hours. And we've gotten to this point. We've gotten this far. That's pretty good. I'd say one or maybe one more stream. We'll be finished this over. Okay. Well, thank you guys for tuning in once again for another stream. I appreciate everyone who showed up. Like I said again, hopefully the audio in this was decent enough. After I'm done closing the stream, sometime tonight, I'm going to be looking through and see if the audio came out okay. And hopefully it did. If not, I'll have to look into it. And I'll also be looking through my work schedule and be making up a schedule to stream some more. Now that I got these dual monitors, it makes things way more streamlined, way easier to go through. Um, I just have to find days that are good for me. Hopefully, if I do work, if I do a stream after work, hopefully I'm not tired. But that's really the only thing. That's the only thing is trying to find days to stream because I typically get like 2 days off a week, and I want to stream more than twice a week. I want to try and stream sometime somewhere between 3 to 4 days a week. I'd like to do 3 to 4 days a week, which means I'd have to do stream 2 days that I'm working. So that's the trick: finding days where I'm not just totally exhausted. But other than that, guys, I appreciate you being here. So take care, drink plenty of water, be good to each other,